Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Some craziness in the crypto space. Crypto land is getting its face kicked in this morning and overnight. So the high beta crypto sector is certainly putting some downside pressure and a downside bias on the overall market this week, or to start the week. Let's see. All right, going through our top gainers on the NYSE New York Stock Exchange. We got ticker ACN is showing some strength. We'll do our pre-market scan of all the top gainers, top losers, tradable setups. ACN shares are trading higher after the company announced a collaboration with OpenAI to equip professionals with ChatGPT experience. So, Accenture, ACN, gapping up this morning in a weak tape. This is interestingly enough, guys, this is a stock that has been just absolutely pummeled over the last 52 weeks, really this year. ACN trading into kind of these massive lower boundary pairs 2023, 2022, 2020. Company is still solid as a core fundamental business. I am holding key positions in this name and looking to press this one higher. So I think ACN is one that's a no-brainer down here. I like the fact that it is getting positive news this morning, but definitely good to see that ACN is gapping up this morning. It's putting in a nice weekly chart base here, and you can see that partnership with OpenAI is trying to cause it to break out of this down or inverted head and shoulders pattern. So if we can maintain structure above this breakout trend line, ACN does have quite a bit more upside left in the tank. Again, if we can maintain structure above this neckline. So that would push us to about 283. And considering it is so oversold, I think this is going to be one of the stocks that catches a massive, massive move this morning. Or sorry, massive, massive move into the new year. Coffee's still kicking in. Wakey, wakey. So positive headline there for ACN. Definitely is positive. All right, let's see what else we got moving in the tape. Texas Pacific, Alibaba. So Baba had a little bit of news. China stocks are showing a little bit of resiliency. So BitDance to launch AI voice assistant for Chinese phones. Sunday Picard warns America is falling behind China without national AI rules. Yep. Alibaba calls its new AI glasses the next mobile phone, unveiling tech to rival Apple, Samsung. Wow. Alibaba launched its first artificial intelligence glasses in China on Thursday. Fast-growing smart world market. Alibaba is facing resistance from sellers. Blah, blah, blah. The new Quark artificial intelligence AI glasses, named after Alibaba's Quark AI assistant, comes in two lines. So the flagship S1 with 3 variations and the lightweight G1. So another product launch from Alibaba. You're continuously seeing the smart wearable glasses. Interesting. Ticker Wolfspeed, WOLF, is also gapping up this morning. Wolfspeed received 698.6 million in cash tax refunds, so it's a bigger tax refund for Wolfspeed, and you can see that that tax refund goes right to the bottom line, and investors are liking that aspect. Natural gas. All right, that's pretty much some of the top gainers in New York Stock Exchange. Let's see the NASDAQ top gainers. Nothing there. Nothing worth trading. Volume's thin. Win Resorts. All right, let's go to some of the top losers in the New York Stock Exchange today. CLS, Celestica, under a little bit of pressure this morning, down a few percent. Lilly, Quanta Services, Sienna. NRG, Reddit, on to. Okay, let's go to the NASDAQ, top losers. Obviously, you got your crypto stocks, guys, coming under some significant pressure this morning. With Bitcoin tumbling, it's down about 4.9%. You got Mara that's gapping down this morning, closing at 1181, seeing a nice hard dip. And I think that this is a nice opportunity to build into some positions if you miss the bottom. I think the market is giving people one last little bit of an entry here. Coinbase gapping down this morning. MSTR just remains exceptionally weak. Basically, MSTR is almost at the lows. Pretty impressive. Bitfarms, we traded Bitfarms quite successfully. We rode those $3 calls. Didn't ride the whole move, but look at that 1, 2, 3 bar surge on Bitfarms, and now it's gapping down. Filling a gap. I'd like to see it retest the $3 area, and then we could potentially trade that again. What else we got? We got AppLovin falling sharply. APP. We got Shopify falling. Pretty much anything that has any sort of ties to crypto is falling a little bit here. Let's look at Robinhood. Yeah, Hood is also down a few percentage points. SMX is falling as well. Nothing to do there. Let's look at NVIDIA. I'll go through some of the megas. NVIDIA is an interesting one, guys. I think it's getting ready for a potential bounce again. It's been going through quite a bit of distribution since that last earnings report. A big spike up, and now it's just been heavy selling. The volume is starting to thin out, which is telling me we're getting close to a little bit of near-term bottom. You filled that massive gap fill going back to September. I still like the earnings report. I'm looking at this 174 level again. 174.12 looks somewhat interesting, and you can see that NVIDIA's gap down today might be the kind of last ditch effort to build out a right shoulder here. If we can trigger an inverse head and shoulders, you got a left shoulder here, you got a head, and this would be kind of the right shoulder. It would start to curl up probably today or sometime this week. And then if you were to break out, you got a 195 target. There's a lot of support down here on NVIDIA, which is why I like it. But definitely it's been going through quite a bit of sell side pressure. Let's look at Tesla, Meta, Google, Apple. So Tesla this morning is also under a little bit of pressure, gapping down by about $6. Interestingly enough, Tesla basically came into this little bit of resistance zone as seen by this trend line. Still holding above your 7, but losing the 20 today. I would like to see Tesla come back down to this previous gap fill. It was filled around 419.50, but that's where I'm looking at Tesla maybe trading to. We'll see. Tesla's also trying to build out potentially a bit of an inverted head and shoulders. It's got quite a bit of work to do to build out the right shoulder. Meta had a phenomenal day on Friday, gapping down this morning today. Chart pattern is still okay. I think it just needs a little bit of a breather. I mean, when you go from 582 all the way to 650, naturally you're going to get a little bit of profit taking. Google's an interesting one. The chart is very, very lofty up here, gapping down a little bit by about $3. It is significantly off the lows. I think Google needs to at least wait for a 7-day moving average retest. If not, retest the high of this red bar. Okay. But still acting quite well. Amazon, AMZN. Amazon closing at 233.22. This is one of your stronger mag names. Really not seeing too much selling today, despite the market being down. So Amazon's still looking pretty interesting here. You can see Amazon still has that major weekly bullish formation at play, which triggered. Now you're back testing the breakout zone. So Amazon still looks primed, guys. No pun intended. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Microsoft. We haven't discussed Mr. Softy yet. So Microsoft also is one of your more oversold mag names heading into last week. It saw a terrific 3-day bounce, gapping down a little bit today. I still don't like Microsoft right now. I think that Microsoft needs to come back down and create almost a double bottom or a W formation. That's at least what I'm waiting for. Again, I don't see much upside in Microsoft for the rest of the year, and actually for the first half of 2026. I think Microsoft is going to go through a little bit of a lagging phase, just my personal opinion. Apple. Apple's still remaining pretty strong up here on the overall chart. But again, another one that I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more chopping and backfilling. Just pulling my coffee. Holding up pretty well. Pretty well. It's okay. Uranium. So uranium this morning gapping down a little bit by about $1 or so. Therefore, uranium stocks, nuclear stocks are still under some minor pressure. Again, we still have names like SMR, which are pretty oversold down here. SMR is still holding above its 7-day. Let's look at Oklo. Oklo's another one that, guys, is pretty oversold in the near term. You would favor it for a little bit of a bounce. You need to see it, the bulls need to see it get back above that 7, but you're trying to slow that 7 moving average from slowing down, from falling here. So it's trying to carve out a little bit of a base here. I do think that there can be a retest of that $100 area, if not this 20-day moving average on Oklo. I would still like to see it maybe test this weekly low bar one more time, see if it gets defended. You pierced it once, pierced it again, third time's the charm. I think that if you get that weekly retest, that is kind of a little bit of a buying opportunity. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. Let's go through some of the usual high flyers. So what's really interesting today, where the heck did my chat box go on YouTube? What the heck? So what's really interesting later tonight, guys, we do have the Japanese 10-year auction. That's what's really crazy today. JPY 10 has been kind of what everyone has been paying attention to. The Japanese yield curve, losing control of their bond market. Are they going to do an intervention? Is the Japanese carry trade playing out? It certainly appears to be hitting crypto the most. Equities are holding up relatively okay. compared to what is occurring to this in the crypto market. Crypto's been absolutely bludgeoned, and I think it's offering a nice little buying opportunity into 2026. That being said, 10:30 tonight is going to be super interesting to see what transpires in the Japanese market. So I'm very, very close. And then a couple hours before that, you actually have Jay Powell speaking. So that's kind of interesting. Let's look at Rocket Labs this morning. RKLB still gapping down, seeing a bit of sell side pressure this morning. ASTS also gapping down this morning. Let's look at TTD. TTD still weak down here, trying to carve out a little bit of a base. Trying. Molina Healthcare, MOH, UNH, CNC. Let's look at Oscar, OSCR. That's gapping down a little bit. HIMS this morning, holding fairly steady. Datavault getting absolutely wrecked, guys. Look at that full round trip on DVLT. Quite crazy. Good morning, Peter. This Datavault's getting somewhat intriguing yet again, guys. We traded Datavault with great success a few times here. Our most recent one, we caught that 80% move in the investing group. And now Datavault is giving us pretty much a full round trip retrace. Such a volatile name, it's quite crazy. We're back through that red bar. Back to our 236 fib retrace zone. Interesting. So you pushed within 2 sessions all the way up to your 50%. Now you've fallen right through that 382. Right back to 236. Not a bad area to try to stab it on the long side here. Again. Could this be setting up a massive, guys? Could this be setting up a massive weekly chart inverted head and shoulders? Look at this. If this were to play out, I mean, you got a neckline now from this high pivot here. We're talking at probably about a $4.50, $5 target. If this is a right shoulder. You got to keep your eye on that because Datavault can move, guys. I mean, it could hit quick targets. It's crazy the volatility in that stock. New Fortress Energy, SNPS, seeing a nice bid today. So SNPS gapping up this morning. On some news, you got some strength in Dash. DSH. Maybe Serve Robotics might catch a sympathy bid just purely based off of what Dash is doing. So keep Serve Robotics on watch, guys. It's backtesting a big breakout area. Trying to carve out maybe a right shoulder here. We discussed ACN already. Dolby, New Fortress Energy, seeing some strength. Coupang, MicroStrategy, Coin, Robinhood, all down. Yep. At NFE, let's look at this New Fortress Energy. Strong move, gapping up again. All right, commodities, gold, seeing some unrelenting strength on the daily chart, breaking out and looking to confirm this daily chart breakout, trading up 0.68%, very, very strong price action for gold. GDX, you can see, is basically front-running gold's price action. GDX is almost taking out its previous high pivot from October 16th. Impressive. I know a lot of people are looking probably at accumulating dust. Is it ready? Not quite ready yet. Getting tempting yet again. I mean, we traded dust with this big bounce that occurred there. But, wow. Gold just keeps trending here. If we look at this symmetrical move here, guys, let's see where dust could and should go before it's into a bit more of a high probability accumulation zone. So that would take us to really this area over here. Call it 757-ish, 754-ish symmetry move. So I'd start getting interested if dust fell to that vicinity. Okay. Let's look at silver. Silver is obviously flying. New highs, 57.59 up 2.19%. Can't stop, won't stop. Silver is getting a little lofty up here, guys. There might be even a short trade today. It's just a scary, scary commodity to try to get in front of. But for an intraday scalp, I'm considering it. You know, one more sweep of the high on silver today, guys, and I would consider. I'm looking at 58 short, 58 bucks above 58, and I would get very, very interested for a scalp short. I don't know if it's ready for a swing. Don't think it's ready for a swing short. You might get a couple percent pullback, but it's just going bananas. Bananas. What time is it? 9:12. What a move. All right, crude oil, WTI, still weak, guys. It tried having a little bit of a spike higher here um, a few hours ago in the overnight trading session, but obviously getting sold into yet again. The positive for crude oil, guys, is you're trying to maintain above this previous pivot, this breakout bar, this massive waterfall candle where you broke. So this is technically a support zone. If crude oil holds here, then it could work itself up to about $61 and change. So big area for crude. Very, very big area. You can see it's above some of the key daily chart moving averages. It's just recaptured that 7-day moving average over the last couple sessions. So it's looking pretty interesting if it can hold this 58.77 area. Crude might be showing a little bit of near-term signs of life. All right, so keep USO on watch. Let's look at natural gas. Yeah, Powell speaks later tonight. It's very odd at 8 p.m., 2 hours or 2.5 hours before the Bank of Japan 10-year auction. So the Japan 10-year auction is at 10:30 tonight or 10:25 tonight, and Powell speaks a couple hours before that. I don't know what it's about. Maybe it's a clerical order, but it's very unusual for that certain time frame for Powell to be speaking. Let's see here. Yeah, the location. So he's Jay Powell speaking Monday, December 1st, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Location Hoover Institution, Stanford University, George P. Schultz Memorial Lecture. Brief remarks and panel discussion with Michael Boskin and Condoleezza Rice. Live stream available on the Hoover official website. So this guys is looking very bullish. I did post that Powell event details in the free Telegram group. All right, so natural gas is looking pretty primed again. This is something that I'm looking at very, very closely um, for a setup this week. I would love to see it spike through this high pivot, guys. I'm salivating at that. Lots of volume, lots of shorts are going to get stopped out there. You're going to get a quick impulse squeeze through that vicinity. I think that that's the next setup. We're going to get a short scalp. I'm not looking to long it, although I think you have a strong chance at pressing higher this week and actually front running the inventory report. What I like about nat gas is that it did gap down in the futures, and basically it's, trading all the way almost back to its gap fill. You can see with that high spike, nat gas did fill briefly the gap. So nat gas is certainly still showing strong potential to push higher. Um, Lots of bullish patterns trying to unfold and develop here, no matter which way you look at it. But I think that once we get a pierce of this area, it will become a little bit of a scalping short day trade. Yeah, Meta, Peter. So Meta is under a little bit of pressure this morning. Nothing too bad. I mean, you think about the market as a standpoint, market is going through a bit of sell side pressure this morning. Meta going from 582 to almost 650 in a couple days. It needs to pull back. You're going to have a lot of those momentum traders, day traders, short-term traders start to unwind and take profits, and that's kind of what we're seeing here in the very short term. So, and then also you have Alibaba pushing a lot of headlines regarding their smart wearable glasses. So, really from the smart wearable glasses technology, Meta's the front runner and I would say the leader in the wearable tech right now with their Ray-Ban AI glasses, Oakley AI glasses. So now with Alibaba coming into the picture, that could be kind of, I guess, cutting their own grass, so to speak. So it's down 1.25, but nothing wrong there. I still think it's okay. Let's look at these quantum names real quick. I'm going to fill up my coffee. QBTS still weak, 2210. Trying to carve out maybe an inverted head and shoulders. Let's look at IONQ. IONQ looks a little bit more constructive, holding above its 7-day. Rigetti, RGTI, still a little bit weak. Your S&P 500, guys, is still looking pretty bullish on your larger time frames. Um, Obviously, a lot of people are watching this breakout, backtesting a breakout zone right now, and a previous upsloping trend line of support. I would love to see the S&P come down a little bit more. Because that would set up for a very bullish backtest. I'd love to see it fill this gap down here, guys. 675 and change. Previous red bar high retest. I would love that. That would be my ideal level to see SPY backtest to. By that time, if it were to happen over a few days, you might get the 20 and the 7 to be intersecting in a 7 and 20 bullish crossover. That's at least what I'm looking for. All right, I'm going to quickly grab some coffee, guys, and then we'll settle in for the trading session here. Um, let's keep SPY here. And keep Bitcoin for now. I'm just going to grab some more coffee, guys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So I think that for the S&P 500 today, again, if we were to dip into your prior day low, I think that's kind of my day trade area. I wouldn't be surprised for a big buy the dip program right off the open. That would not surprise me at all. You know, you're gapping over this previous gap fill. I would not be surprised to see a big buy the dip. But whenever you get this stretched from your 10-minute EMA on SPY intraday, you often get a decent pullback. That's exactly what's occurring today. You can see that obviously we got pretty overstretched to the upside off of this gap up, and then you saw that nasty intraday reversal. Then you got pretty oversold from the 10-minute, had a really big bounce into the 10-minute. Then you got or stretched from the 10-minute EMA here again, so you saw a nice sell-off. And really, since we've retested this 10-minute EMA down here on November 25th, you haven't checked back to that EMA. Today might be the day where you get that small little retest of that 10-minute area. So that's the moving average that I'm watching intraday. If we were to flush into that zone, I would definitely be a bit of a buyer down there. I think it's a nice risk to reward entry down there for a long trade. All right. And again, a new month, guys. This is a brand new trading month. December has officially begun. December 1st. We are in the festive season. Will we get that Santa Claus rally that everyone has been talking about? Maybe. We might. Again, Nvidia looks pretty decent down here as well. 174.11 looks super intriguing. Yes, I did. Thank you. Thank you, Ram. Markets are open. Markets are open. Meta getting a nice push. Nvidia seeing some buy side liquidity. Dollars trying to push up. QQQ and IWM are underperforming. Meta seeing a nice buy program. Google pushing, Bitcoin now pushing. Nvidia falling pretty sharply. SPY still looking heavy, Nvidia falling. All right, guys, Nvidia's into a good risk to reward area, I think, here, piercing 174, testing 174, not a bad zone. Bitcoin, Mara, crypto still selling pretty profusely. Nvidia's spot those lows. Big reversal. Look at SPY, watch SPY. Everything should catch a bit of a bounce here. What happened? No way. Fucking miss me. Are you serious? I literally thought I got filled at that 174.11 zone on Nvidia. I literally called that out and they didn't fucking fill me. Damn it. They did not fill me on my Nvidia. Shit. That's piss off. That's a big, that pisses me off a lot. Wow. I can't believe they didn't fill me on that. That's a shame. That is a shame. That's for sure. Wow, look at that Nvidia bounce, guys. That's crazy. Again, the markets should firm up, especially if Nvidia holds here, guys. The markets are looking trendy. Wow, look at that big bounce on Nvidia, guys. Stunning move. Damn. Nice. You had cousin Atlanta Q versus. Yep. Q's printed. Damn, I can't believe I missed that Nvidia. It did not fill me. I'm so pissed. Literally had an order for 177.50s. Wow. Big bounce. Huge, huge move. All right, what else can we? Let's look for more trade setups here. SoFi down, IREN still down. Let's look at these crypto ones. Mara's catching a decent bid today. Off of the lows. Bitcoin still really hasn't firmed up yet, guys. It's trying though. Trying to break out here. So keep BITO, Mara, MSTR, guys. All these crypto computing stocks. IREN seeing a nice bid. MSTR still getting slapped. Making new lows on MSTR. That is incredible. All right, MSTR calls down here into a really good risk to reward zone, guys. Very good risk to reward. BTC trying to move here. All right, guys, I'm going to take a Lotto 180 MSTR call, end of week 180 call, MSTR end of week 180 call, MSTR end of week. I think that MSTR could see a bit of a red to green reversal today, and that would cause it to fly. Nvidia is still trying to push a little bit. Dollar's trying to push as well. BTC still seeing some strength. Yeah, I didn't take SPY calls, but I think that that is into a decent risk to reward zone. It's not bad at all. I'm just looking at crypto as more oversold and looking at bigger moves. I think crypto can certainly get a bigger move than most, but SPY calls off of a next retest look promising. You want to see price sort of try to maintain above this gap fill. It's very bearish that we fell below this gap. So SPY needs to maintain structure above this gap. The only reason I haven't traded SPY is I still think that SPY can retest this 10-minute EMA. We haven't quite tagged it just yet. You know, on our 5-minute SPY chart, we are below it. But just a little bit, you know, Nvidia is still holding strength, so that's a positive for the market. You can see BTC is trying to give us a little bit of a higher high. We still haven't really broken out yet on BTC, but it's trying to give us our first little higher high. That would need to clear this 87K resistance. MSTR still pretty soft on the session. Meta is starting to come in a little bit. Google's falling, guys. So Google's looking pretty bearish. It's down 1.23% and starting to sell off pretty hard through its prior day low. So Google's got a bit of a head and shoulders formation. Definitely Bitcoin still down 4, Starbucks down a couple, Ethereum down 5.6. Crazy. Nvidia is still trying to climb to the green side here, guys. Bitcoin seeing more sell side pressure. S&P starting to lose a little bit of structure here. Nvidia is still pushing, guys. Nvidia is helping the market right now. Oh my God, I'm so upset that Nvidia didn't fill me, guys. That 174 area down here was money. Oh my God. Literally, I thought I hit the market order. Anyways. Oh, my broker. Nothing more frustrating than not getting a fill, guys. That is just downright filthy. Again, I think that if Nvidia holds structure here, it's going to cause the crypto market to try to firm up. Let's look at AMD. That's still weak. MSTR made a new low, guys. And remember, we just took those Lotto 180s. All right, 180 calls for end of the week. And you'd be surprised if Bitcoin makes a red to green reversal. That could hit today. That would be crazy. It's a long shot, but that could hit today. I think that this is a nice liquidity sweep. You look at the level that Mara retested today, guys. Daily chart support on MARA. Back testing your 7-day moving average off of a bullish breakout. Google getting absolutely smoked, guys. Our 315 puts are in the money, guys. Our Google 315 puts. I'm going to trim half of my Google 315 puts. Trimmed half of my 315 Google puts. Nice little decline there. Look at Nvidia. Oh my God, it's just killing me. FOMOing hard on that name. Crazy move. BTC still trying here. Google getting smoked. Meta under some significant pressure. Nvidia's still ripping, guys. Bitcoin's still going through a little bit of sell side. Look at Nvidia pushing. Hard for the markets to not push with Nvidia. You got quite a bit of distribution here occurring in the market, but Nvidia is putting the market on its back right now and absolutely ripping to the upside. Damn. That's some impressive strength in Nvidia, guys. I can't believe they missed me. All right, Bitcoin's next. Let's see if BTC gets that sympathy. Join the party, BTC. Join the party. Nvidia still a massive, massive move. Micron MU. Yeah, semis should all catch a bid with Nvidia, guys. They should all catch a decent bid here. Wow, Nvidia's a powerhouse. It is going to lift the SOXX here. Let's look at that SMH. SMH starting to move. Yep. Amazon's green. That's looking solid, guys. Market looks, it still looks vulnerable on SPY, but you're back above that gap. So bullish above this area, guys. Longs are favored. You get below this gap, and then it's a short back down. But as long as you stay above this gap on SPY, it's a long. It's a big long. Let's look at the IWM here. They are pushing AMD again. AMD ripping to the highs. Micron pushing. Let's look at Avgo, Broadcom. Yeah, looking solid. Looking solid. Google still heavy but bouncing off that 315 zone. Come on, MSTR, get your big butt up there. Bitcoin, come on, BTC. Where are you at, BTC? Show us some love. BTC, trying. Wow. Go, BTC, go. Rip it. Backtesting opening range high here on BTC. Big area. Meta's still trying to bounce. SoFi trying to bounce. SPY, Qs, IWM, all still negative, guys, on the session. We're still seeing distribution and a lot of names red, but Nvidia and AMD are certainly putting the market on its back right now and trying to firm up here. BTC is still going through quite a bit of sell side pressure. Let's see what's in store for the market. SPY still trying to hold some structure. A little bit of selling in Nvidia, Meta still. Yields are still ripping, VIX is still green. Amazon and Nvidia are your two megas that are holding steady. JP Morgan's flat. Google's still weak. That is seeing a nasty breakdown, guys. Google's hourly chart not looking too hot right now. BTC still struggling a touch here. Let's look at the Russell. The Russell's still bouncing, guys. Bouncing nicely. Looking pretty solid. Let's look at the SPX daily chart here. You can see the SPX, guys, on the daily chart. This is just a nice back test of your breakout trend line. Really solid back test, bullish back test. Don't be surprised if they take this market green. That's looking like that is the case, guys. Come on, let's see MSTR go green. That would be a nice move. Come on, MSTR. Rip it. Rip it, MSTR. You got strength coming into pretty much all stocks right now. Let's see Hood. Hood's still a little bit laggy. PLTR. That's had a nice bounce. Let's look at Tesla here. BTC still trying to bounce. Tesla's still a little bit laggy down here. But your IWM, guys, is still showing some signs of life here. Like it's trying to rip. Yeah, your Russell is trying to rip. Your Russell is ripping, 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 ripping. Come on, BTC. Get your big butt up there. Mara ripping, Nvidia seeing a little bit of selling. Google still seeing a little bit of selling. BTC still trying. Looking at Mara here, guys. Mara seeing a really fat bid. MARA. Let's look at ETH. Ethereum still trying to shake off some of that selling. BITO still trying here. Again, not a bad area to go along BITO as well, guys. Not a bad area. Natural gas still a little bit weak. Nvidia taking a little bit of a breather. That allows for liquidity to rotate. S&P still holding some structure here. S&P trying to get through that prior day high, guys. Sorry, prior day low. Bitcoin still not really joining the party. Amazon and Nvidia still your strong stocks this morning. Nvidia getting going again, trying to push. Look at SPY. SPY trying to trend here. Very strong. If Bitcoin starts to gain some traction here, guys, we're going to see this market rip. Google seeing a fat bid. Oh my goodness. Lots of green starting to appear on the screen. AMD, Baxter, some energy names. BABA up 2.16%. Ethereum still lagging a little bit here. MSTR starting to get going. BTC 86.2 holding opening range high. Bitcoin looking a little bit better now. Can BTC join the party and make that red to green reversal, guys? Nice little 4-hour bottoming tail trying to build here on Bitcoin. Nice buy side pressure hitting the tape. You got MicroStrategy joining the party. Make that red to green reversal, MSTR. Mara, make that red to green reversal. Go, go, go. Dollar's still a little bit soft. 10 and 2-year yield strong. 10-year yield, guys, is outperforming the 2-year yield by a large degree. That's the one scary thing that I see in the market today is that 10-year yield is trying to push here. It's the only concern I'm really seeing right now. BTC, Nvidia is still trying to push 178. Oh my goodness, those Nvidia calls. So disappointed in them. Literally, I thought I got filled. I had my order. I don't even know how they didn't fill me. Days like that. Come on, Bitcoin. Join the party. MSTR, join the party. Tesla's still negative, Meta's still down half, Google's still down 1.13, Apple's still down 0.46, Nvidia up 0.63, Amazon up 0.55, IWM still down by 0.5%, Qs are still down, SPY is outperforming, still negative though. All three indices are still negative on the tape. Google has bounced quite nicely, still down 1%. Yep, SPY calls printed for sure, off that lower boundary area. That's what I said, I wouldn't be surprised to see it, you know. Mara, Nvidia, Amazon's still pushing here. VIX is still green, up 1.37% on UVXY, but not too bad there. Some more distribution hitting crypto. It just does not want to firm up quite yet. Quite a bit. Your IWM is still holding structure above your prior day low. Seeing a little bit of top wick distribution on your 5-minute chart. Mara starting to see some sell side. MicroStrategy, crypto stocks are still somewhat heavy here with BTC seeing some selling. Google's still ripping to the upside, guys. Meta is seeing a nice stick to the upside. Nike's green. Banks are doing quite well, guys. Wells Fargo up 0.78%. You got JP Morgan, which is green. Dollar still getting somewhat faded here. Crypto's still doing a little bit of backing and filling. Nuclear stocks are under some pressure today. Graham says, I think everyone should just buy SPY 680 and 685 calls for January 31st and forget them for the entire December. Good risk reward. 680 to 685 SPY calls. Yeah, you might get a little bit of chop in this region. Wouldn't surprise me, but I still think that the market is setting up for another push. But I wouldn't mind seeing some consolidation. But yeah, the market, I do agree with you. I still think it's setting up for another bullish leg higher. All right, a little bit of selling in your Russell, a little bit of selling in Nvidia. Meta's still trying to push. Crypto's still mixed. BTC still kind of struggling here. Yep, definitely agree, Ram. 700 on SPY is on the cards. But we'll see if we get a little bit of distribution first. All right, a little bit of a selling candle off of here, off the SPY. Still okay. This sell side pressure is still okay. BTC softening a little bit here. SLB doing really, really well. Schlumberger. Crude oil still negative. Seeing a nice recovery. It's still trying to push. Nvidia is still trying to push. Bitcoin softening a little bit here. IWM is trying to lose its prior day low. SPY is still holding above its prior day low. BTC still trying to see some sell side pressure. Is Bitcoin trying to carve out another little inverse head and shoulders here? That is the big question. You got a left shoulder, you got a head. This could be the build out of a right shoulder formation. We will see. Nvidia is still pushing. Meta is still acting well. A little bit of top wick distribution. You got the IWM is starting to sell a little bit more, guys. So IWM needs to get back above its prior day low here. But nothing crazy. Still trying to hold steady. Again, what's really going to catapult, I think, SPY Q's green is if crypto catches a really big bid. You're going to get that extra confidence in the market. But as of now, oh, I'm so disappointed. I literally took 177.50 calls. I had an order at 210 for end of the week on Nvidia. Literally down here. I had it placed and they didn't fill me. That's so frustrating. Talked about that. I don't understand. I don't even want to look what those calls are worth, but I know I would have been extremely happy. Ay, 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 ay. Come on, BTC. Get your big butt up there. IWM catching a nice bid. Nvidia pushing above 179. QQQ still down 0.45. SPY still down 0.3. Bitcoin still down about 4.98. IWM down 0.61, but markets are still trying to push a little bit here. Meta pushing again, trying to get above 645. Nvidia approaching 179.29. That is its prior day high. So there's a little bit of resistance there. The market might need to consolidate to get through that. Meta still trading just below 645, but nice price action in Meta. Tesla's gone green, guys. That's adding a little bit of extra high beta speculative liquidity into the market. So Tesla seeing some strength right now. TSLA making a move to the high side. Good to see. Amazon is still trending, looking very, very strong. So consumer discretionary is actually acting very, very positively well. Baba is continuing to squeeze here, guys. Look at that ripper in Alibaba. Exceptional, exceptional price action. Let's look at Apple real quick. Apple's trying to get going. Microsoft right now is still kind of in a bit of a lull. Google's still trying to hold above prior day low, bouncing quite nicely. AMD still looking somewhat positive here. Pulling back to AMD actually. AVGO still trying. SPY still trying. How is silver? Silver is acting very, very well. Still up 2% on the session. Needs to consolidate. Chart is lofty intraday, but crazy move on silver. I still think it can go a little bit higher. There's a short scalp if it were to hit 58 today, but swing trading level is still a little bit higher for silver. Silver is a beast right now. Still getting some choppy price action in crypto right now. BTC just cannot firm up right now. Nvidia seeing a little bit of selling. JP Morgan turning back to the negative side. Nvidia, Amazon, Tesla still your strong horses. Google still trying to firm up. Meta softening some more. S&P still trying to push here, guys. IWM still trying to push. MSTR still down 7.3%. Shaking out some more weak hands. Margin call Monday. It's not that bad of a sell-off. I mean, there's some margin maybe calling and selling in crypto land, but it's not terrible. I mean, this price action. A lot of stocks have recovered. You know, Nvidia's put a little bit of extra life into the party, but you got some crypto selling for sure. That's definitely where you're seeing the bulk of the margin calling, but I think the market's still acting okay. Um, but just be careful with gold. The dollar's technically the dollar's technically hitting a bit of support today. It's hitting your daily chart EMA 113 and your 50-day MA. So your DXY is technically at support. Yeah, BTC did get slammed for sure. For sure it did. Bitcoin's still seeing some more selling. Mara coming in. Crypto stocks are starting to come in a little bit. This is a big volume candle on MSTR hourly chart. Big volume coming in on MSTR. Meta Nvidia is still acting okay. IWM is losing its prior day low. Yeah, there's still a lot of fear in this market regarding the Japanese yen carry trade. And I think what you're seeing today in crypto is you're getting obviously a little bit of margin call selling, but crypto is still in a heavy downtrend on a larger time frame. So I think with the Japanese 10-year yield auction tonight, I think you're seeing a little bit more of that speculative crypto money moving defensively out of the market. IWM still seeing some selling. S&P still a little bit weak here. BTC still chopping around, guys. Natural gas down a couple percent, 2.45%. Bitfarms is down 6, but off of the lows. Mara is still down 7. Ford's green. Big Berry I down 4.3. We buy up 28. Rivian's green and strong. AMD back to the negative side. That's so a nasty little reversal. Still looking pretty positive intraday, guys. So Nvidia is still showing some signs of life, which is obviously important for the market. It's still the leading stock. Yeah, Pal speaking tonight. Abed asking, you like Gemini? What's the ticker? Is it the GEMI? Gemini Space Station? Is that what you're looking at, Aviz? Gemi, GEMI? Meta's starting to come in a little bit. Yes, that's a tough one. I'd have to dive a little bit more into the valuation metrics, but I don't know. It's a tough one. Not much technicals to trade against. Is it getting oversold? It is, but you've just been in this heavy downtrend, so there's really no support to trade against. Other than you getting a little bit of a positive divergence on your RSI starting to build, it still could go lower. And then the only thing that concerns me is once you lose $10, if you lose $10, a lot of big traders have to get out of the stock. A lot of institutional hedge funds don't trade stocks, don't trade these type of names once they lose $10. But I'd have to dive a little bit more into this company. I really haven't looked at the fundamentals. I mean, the space trade is obviously under a little bit of pressure across the whole complex, so we'll just keep looking at that. All right, market is still under a little bit of pressure here, guys. Downside pressure. Let's see, BTC still selling, not putting much confidence in the market. Mara selling, MSTR selling. IWM still selling. S&P losing its prior day, so not a good sign there. Not a good sign. BTC getting cracked through that opening range low. Also pretty bearish there. Still seeing the S&P, the Russell coming in. Nvidia still holding structure. Meta seeing a little bit of selling. MSTR now down 10% almost. BITO down 11.2. Mara coming in. Bitcoin still selling. Quite incredible sell side pressure in Bitcoin. No 4-hour bottoming tail on BTC. The company's built by the Lux brothers, the one that invented Meta with Zuckerberg. Interesting. BTC still looking heavy here, guys. Crypto still looking somewhat heavy. MSTR still coming in. No bid in MSTR. Nvidia is still holding. Meta's starting to come in a little bit. But Nvidia is trying to keep a lid on the sell side pressure. Amazon getting a little heavy here. Tesla back to the negative side. Nvidia is still pushing. Meta curling back down. JP Morgan starting to get a little bit heavier here. S&P is trying to hold this gap here, guys. You can still long the market above this gap fill. If we lose that, it could get a little bit dicey here. Crypto still looking fairly heavy here. BTC looks like it's going to sweep the low there. So the last time MSTR traded this amount of volume on an hourly candle was Friday, November 14th. And then it proceeded to make a bit of a reversal, 7.28% reversal. It's going to be interesting to see if we make a similar move. Bitcoin is struggling though. Good morning, Sarf. Ram saying 22 million puts versus 11 million calls. Thank you. Yeah, market's struggling for sure, guys. The market is struggling. My MSTR 180 lottos are getting crushed right now. You think MSTR to 150? It could. You certainly could. There's that case. I'll show you this MSTR chart, what I'm looking at here. So the volume's getting pretty thick here on MSTR on the hourly chart. Last time we traded this amount of volume, when did I say it was? Was it over here? It was over here. Last time we traded this amount of volume was on this candle here. This gap down. And then intraday swing, it ended up proceeding to move about 7.5% move off of the low. So very similar. Big gap down selling and then reversal off of a high volume candle. So again, it's a long shot. We'll see. It's got a lot of work to do. But also another high volume hourly sell candle. We'll see if we can get a swing to the upside. It's kind of the similar structure that I'm seeing, but obviously it's not going to move if Bitcoin doesn't start to firm up here. So BTC is still getting heavily liquidated here, and it does look like BTC might want to sweep the low again. Mara getting liquidated, Bitcoin still selling. Nvidia is still holding value, guys, so that's the only positive I see right now. Meta got slammed. IWM back down 1%. Dollar's still trying to climb a touch higher. Alright, so big level here for the market, guys. You don't want to lose this gap fill. BTC retesting its pre-market low. Things are looking a bit troublesome here. Nvidia is still trying to push higher here. Dollar's still trying to climb. IWM down 1%. SPY trying to hold that previous gap fill. Markets have been open for just over an hour. Big move up, big move down. Crypto still putting a bearish undertone in the market, guys. Quantum stocks under some significant pressure. Rigetti down 5, SMR down 7.8. MicroStrategy down 10.6%. Filthy. So Bitcoin did sweep the pre-market low there, trying to hold it. Meta's trying to bounce, your Russell's trying to bounce. Gold is just up about $9 on the session. BTC still selling, down 6.45% on Bitcoin, guys. Getting wrecked right now. Absolutely wrecked. Losing this green impulse candle on Bitcoin. Not a good sign. Alright, guys, I'm going to trade BITO long here. I'm going to keep a tight stop loss, but just common shares. I'm going to go long BITO. I repeat, long BITO. Again, this is super risky. The market is now selling as well. You're seeing SPY breaking structure. You can see SPY is losing a bit of structure here as well. Looking for about 15 to 20 cents on this BITO scalp. 15 to 20 cents on this BITO scalp. All right, it's a long Bitcoin. Again, I'm long off the 1248 level. Nvidia is still trying to push, guys, above its prior day high. That's a short-term positive. You can see SPY's trying to defend this gap fill. Bitcoin's trying to get above its pre-market low 84,754, but struggling immensely. Crazy. Really, Nvidia is kind of the only positive for the market right now. Netflix holding steady, yields are still green, VIX is still green. More selling in crypto, BTC still looking heavy here. Crazy. MicroStrategy, no bid, down almost 11%. It's a big fight, battleground right now. Nvidia is still trying to push. Uh-oh, your dollar's trying to push here as well. So now you have the Dixie trying to climb intraday. It's a bit of a problem. SPY's still trying to bounce. Nvidia pushing, guys, through its prior day. Still no bid in MSTR. Meta trying to bounce a little bit. Dollar's trying to push. 99.24, still red. Mara's trying to bounce a little bit. Crypto's still struggling. BTC still down 6.5%. Nasty. Nvidia pushing up 1.5%. So Meta still down 1.23, Tesla down 0.7, Google down 0.9, Apple down 0.54, Microsoft down 1.14, Amazon down 0.25 and selling. Bitcoin still down 6.7. MSTR down 11.4%. Nasty day for the crypto market. I would add a second lot to my BITO, guys, at 1235. 1235, I'd double up my position. Nvidia is still pushing new high of day, ripping. Just a full beast right now. S&P still trying to push through that gap. Crypto no bounce yet for Bitcoin. Testing 84K right now. MSTR is almost down 12%, 156 on deck. Crypto's getting fully liquidated right now. Dollar's still trying to push. Crude oil turning green. Gold still holding strength. UVXY up 1.93. IWM down 0.8. Qs are down 0.64. And SPY still holding up relatively the best, down 0.5%. BITO still selling here, guys. S&P still holding this gap. This is technically a long level off this gap. You can see it's a big battleground. Still seeing some sell side pressure. Crypto market BTC trying to hold on to 84,000. HODL. The crypto bulls are certainly getting tested. HODL. Hold on for dear life. That saying cannot be more true than what we've been seeing in the crypto space recently. Pretty intense sell side pressure. BTC down 7%, 6,300 bucks shaven off of the price. Nastiness, nastiness. When is Michael Saylor getting liquidated? When? All right, your S&P, if it can recapture prior day low, I think we're going to go for gap fill. Dollar softening a touch. You're selling 140 puts for MSCR? Nice. Yeah, I think the risk to reward certainly favors a bounce, for sure. You know, crypto's getting destroyed. Destroyed. So selling puts, capturing that little bit of that reversal, if it does. But wow, Bitcoin is so heavy here. I mean, just does not want to catch any sort of liquidity. There's definitely people being liquidated. Definitely margin calling in crypto. I mean, pretty crazy that high pivot that we marked on Friday. Let me just see here. So that Friday high pivot to today is about 10% down in BTC. Such a volatile name. So volatile. Very impressive. Let's charge. All right, crypto's starting to get a little bit of support here. MicroStrategy seeing a little bit of a green candle. Mara seeing a bit of a green candle. Still needs to do a ton of work, guys. Let's see if BTC can get back above its pre-market low. It's kind of the next area to beat. Meta is still seeing some selling. It's crazy. A bit of a balance in crypto. Come on, Bitcoin. Get back up there. Again, Bitcoin trying to get back above its pre-market low. Yeah, GCT still early. Big push in the Bitcoin market, crypto market. BTO, go, go, go. Come on, Bitcoin. Imagine Bitcoin made a red to green reversal. Imagine it went green, guys. You know, I always like when big asset classes start the week off on a terrible, terrible note, like Bitcoin is doing, because that allows it to make a huge weekly reversal back to the upside. You know, names like MSTR, Mara have been pummeled pummeled. So I would love to see Bitcoin make a reversal back higher here. It would be huge, huge liquidation. I was saying, let's talk about the most important, yeah, the Canadian team on the. I know Vancouver versus Inter Miami. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, I love Messi, I love Inter Miami, but I have to support Vancouver. It's gonna be a good final. I don't think Miami's gonna run over Vancouver like they've been doing other teams. It's gonna be a good final, that's for sure. All right, BTC after a little bit of a bounce, seeing some sell side pressure again. Still trying to firm up a little bit here. MSCR is still down 10%. Nasty. Nvidia is still holding pretty strong here, Nvidia. December 19th calls on GCT 45 cents. Let's see here, GCT. Yeah, GCT up 3%, breaking out here. High of day, acting very, very well, GCT. Very well. Let's see Bitcoin here. We'll keep BITO on my other screen since we want to watch the actual underlying commodity itself. Yeah, it could be 50 this week with momentum. It's getting a little bit extended on your daily, but you got a ton of resistance at 41 and change, but 43 weekly chart gap fill is the next big spot for it. 43.30, give or take. All right, bit of a bounce on Bitcoin. We'll see if it's a dead cat bounce or if it's actually going to try to hold this green bar candle reversal zone here. So another big area for crypto, but again, still underperforming in a big, big way. Google, that's still testing 318. Google only down 0.5% now. Baxter having a good day. Nike's having a good day. What else? ACN still holding the bulk of its gains. ACN is still trying to break out on the daily chart. Natural gas trying to bounce. Chipotle, decent. PayPal, interesting. PayPal. Nvidia is still consolidating quite well above its prior day high. Bitcoin's still seeing some rejection off of its pre-market low. So Nvidia's still holding up the best right now. Amazon, Nvidia, Netflix having a good day. JP Morgan financials are mixed. S&P tried giving us a higher high there, but kind of seeing a little bit of rejection. Market is still looking a-okay. VIX has kind of gotten compressed, guys. If we look at the UVXY, UVXY had that big gap up and it's now cracking. So not good price action for UVXY. Basically coming in down to the lows right now. If we look at the VIX, which obviously supports higher price, if the VIX keeps getting compressed here, the market should act okay. You can see the VIX going for another low of day. It's still up 4.2%. So the actual VIX itself is holding up a little bit better than the UVXY trading tool. So we'll see if the VIX follows the UVXY at all. BTC still seeing rejection off pre-market low. You can kind of tell the market is a bit correlated to Bitcoin right now. You can see this low of the candle was a bounce with SPY. Now BTC seeing some selling, SPY seeing some selling. So Bitcoin's still kind of dragging this market lower. Bitcoin still seeing some sell side pressure. As oversold as it is, just does not want to firm up quite yet. MSTR seeing more selling. Big rejection on SPY so far. A lot of chop and slop right now in the markets, guys. Just a lot of chop and slop. Ram saying they'll flush this market today because Fed is speaking tonight. Yeah, there's certainly a possibility. You know, we're still holding this gap. I really thought they were going to flush it on this candle here where they retested that bearish gap. They defended it, holding prior day low, but there could be a bit of an intraday double top. So you lose prior day low and it could see a flush for sure. Crypto, Bitcoin still getting hit pretty hard here. The positive is Nvidia is still consolidating near the highs. You got Meta trying to curl up, creating a bit of a higher low. What else? Amazon still green. Financials mixed. Silver just crossed 58 bucks, guys. Silver pushing. Squeezing. There's a bit of a short scalp on silver coming up here. Again, it's very strong. Understand this can squeeze, but you should get a small pullback on silver back to pre-market high. I think I'm selling, hitting in. It's a bit of a for the S&P and NASDAQ. NVIDIA is seeing some distribution. A little bit of choppiness hitting the tape now. You got meta curling, crypto still weak, dollars trying to push, NASDAQ selling, IWM selling, Amazon giving up the majority of its gains, NVIDIA starting to come in now, testing 178.60. Markets are still trending to the downside. Nvidia looking a little bit heavier. MicroStrategy going for a new low. Dollar's trying to firm up here. Quantum, nuclear, still getting wrecked. Trade Desk is having a good day. TTD, seeing some strength. Nike having a good day. BABA still strong. ACN still strong. So really, Bitcoin's still struggling 84K. Dollar's trying to firm up. S&P still trying to defend that prior day high. Really got to watch Nvidia. I think Nvidia starts to lose the majority of its gains here, then your S&P and NASDAQ are gonna tumble a little bit farther. VIX is trying to perk up. Most mega caps are still red. Amazon, Nvidia holding steady. Netflix holding steady. Come on. China names still holding. How is JD doing? Yeah, JD also holding slightly green, testing 30 bucks. How is TME doing? TME is still super depressed down here. Also another one that's super intriguing down here to me. TME, interesting. Hmm. We're still trying to push. See if this is our first little higher low. Bitcoin's been giving us lower highs and lower lows, so this could be the first little higher low intraday. Peter's in AMD 220 calls here. I think the market's still favoring upside. I'm still writing BITO. I still think crypto is going to get a fat reversal intraday, but it's just taking quite a bit of time here. You're in with Aves on GCT. Yeah, I think that's also a good risk to reward. All right. You're in Meta 650 calls as well. Yeah, Meta looks decent. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a sec. So you are seeing Bitcoin trying to firm up a little bit. If it can recapture pre-market low, it might have a little bit of a chance floating back to call it this 86K today. Again, this could be the first higher low, but definitely a tough downtrend to shake off for crypto. You would favor a bounce. It's still oversold on your larger time frames, but intraday it's a nasty downtrend for sure. So we'll see what happens. The market is still structurally holding. Here's your low, higher low, higher low, kind of a double top. So again, we clear this kind of double top here on SPY and we are going to rip, guys. We're going to absolutely fly. I am seeing Mara starting to bottom here, MSTR trying, still down 10.5%. I still think MSTR could make a really big push for the rest of the day. Still think Bitcoin can make a nice push. You're definitely seeing, I think, a lot of that margin calling in the morning, getting people liquidated, having to top up their accounts or close positions. We'll see if we can get crypto to make a nice intraday reversal. That would certainly help the markets. At least your NASDAQ based ETF. Again, I'm still trading BITO on common shares, long off the 1248 level for a day trade. MSTR is still a dog down here. I mean, jeez, it's pretty crazy. But just so oversold. And that hourly volume, those 2 hourly candles there, that's an insane amount of volume on the hourly chart. The only concern with MSTR is a potential 3-bar surge to the downside, as well as we're not quite at that parallel channel just yet. Damn, we're getting oversold. Dash asking, what is your double top resistance level for SPY? It's these two little pivots here. So call it 681.84-ish, 681.84-ish. I guess the high of that candle is 681.86 on SPY. That's when you would create another higher high. So 681.86 would be a higher high on SPY. 681.86. No problem. BTC is trying to firm up here, guys. These crypto stocks, if this is a bottom in Bitcoin for the intraday, we could see a nice push in crypto stocks, guys. I mean, the amount of oversold price action in MSTR and Mara is pretty decent. I would like to see Mara hold its 7-day moving average, which is at 1093, and right now we're trading at 1092, so it's close. Mara is close. Mara is performing better than MSTR, which is interesting. Is it just me or has Nvidia's volume been super low since earnings? Yes, it has. It actually has been very low. And that actually supports higher price. So that's telling us that the people that have pushed Nvidia's price down here off of its higher volume sell-off since we put in these highs and this nasty reversal, that's telling us that the sellers are starting to get exhausted and Nvidia's likely going to float up. I like Nvidia down here. I like it a lot. I was so upset today. I literally wanted to trade down at the lows, a Pierce of 174. I had my 177.50 calls for end of the week loaded up, queued up, and I don't know how I didn't get filled. That was just disgusting. That was a big loss. That was a big loss. I would have made a couple grand already on that trade. I don't know how my broker didn't fill me. I was literally had the trade queued up when we hit 174.12 for $2.13. I saw it going even lower. I think contracts went to about 206 and I still didn't get filled. You know, there was about a 7-8 cent spread there and I didn't get filled. It was bullshit. Yeah, I know. And I looked away. I thought I was filled. I was too busy managing my Google position. Thought I got filled. I was like, yes, Nvidia's reversing. And I'm like, where the hell are my contracts? I look, order pending. It's bullshit. And then by that time, Nvidia was pretty much almost to its cap. It happens though. It absolutely happens. Sometimes it's better to just hit the market order. Alright, market is trying to push here, guys. Here comes the high of day, Pierce, BTC, ripping. Look at BTC, guys. Starting to get going. Mara starting to firm up. MSTR still down sharply. You know, I think MSTR is going to get to 170 at minimum today. 170, I think, is where MSTR should get to. That's about a $12 move. I'm still getting slapped on my 180 calls for the end of the week. I got a horrific entry, but I'm going to sit tight through them. I'm still writing MSTR 180 calls. Still long BITO for a scalp here. Mara back above 11 bucks on MARA. That is ripping right now. What the fuck? That's crazy. Look at the pump on Bitcoin, guys. Ripping. Absolutely ripping. Let's go, crypto. Also, the worst when you thought your sell order was... I know. That is worse. On SPY 5-minute, we are approaching a potential EMA 50-20 golden cross. Yeah, so typically that results in higher price. Let's look at this. I got my simple moving average, so I'm not using the exponentials, but they're going to be close enough. So you're looking at the 50 and 2 on the 5-minute SPY. Yeah, so they're a little bit different, but for me, but SPY's just in a wedge pattern right now. It's still a tough trade right now, but BITO, nice move up. So let's see if this will now be a bit of an intraday inverse head and shoulders on crypto. Maybe. Volume's there, so now we need to build out a right shoulder here on BTC. We'll see if we get that sort of price action. Mara is looking a little bit more constructive, so that stock is holding up a bit better off of the lows. MicroStrategy still a dog. Meta trying to push. Amazon still pushing. Nvidia is still below its prior day high. Here comes SPY. SPY's trying to go for that higher high. Again, we get that higher high on SPY, which we're a few cents away. And we're going to explode into the gap, guys. All right, there's a higher high. Higher high in SPY. This market is probably going to rip, especially if we get a closing basis higher high here. I'd like to see a 5 and 10 minute close. But SPY is starting to squeeze. Technically speaking, we did make a higher high, so that's very, very bullish. Very bullish. Squeeze it. Squeeze the market. SPX is a monster. Absolutely, it is a monster. Come on, MSTR. Go, Mara, go. Mara, the way Mara moves, it looks like Mara, there's a crazy opportunity where Mara could try to go green. If BTC can just shake off and get above this high pivot, I mean, it could try to go green. Mara. That would be pretty crazy. It's showing some signs of life. MSTR still pretty oversold on really your weekly, daily, intraday. SPY is almost green, guys. SPY is almost green. Is my SPY target 683.30-ish? For today, my upside target on SPY is going to be a retest of this channel. So this was a 10-minute channel that we kind of traded in since last Friday. And if the market stays on this closing basis above that high of day, I could see us pushing to the top of this channel, which it's a rising target. So, it could be 684.50, could be 685, but I'm suspecting that we're going to get a retest of the top of this channel. So, market's looking a-okay right now. There will be some resistance at double top, kind of this previous gap fill. So, what's really interesting about this gap fill around that 683.30-ish is it's also that previous gap fill that we filled last Friday going back to here on Wednesday, November 12th. So it's kind of like a double gap. So there's definitely going to be some sell side pressure there. We saw rejection here, a massive waterfall gap down. That's also where we closed on Friday, and we've seen a gap down today. So there will be some interesting reaction here, but we're still looking pretty positive. Nvidia is still pushing. BTC pulling back a little bit. Bear's still trying to trend. Graham's asking, what am I expecting from Fed? Well, Powell's remarks will come just 1 week before the FOMC meeting, the final FOMC meeting in 2025. So the market is expecting, obviously, a rate cut here of 25 bips. So I think he's going to reinforce that they're committed to the inflation mandate. Obviously, they're going to be watching to make sure inflation is deemed under control. They're going to be monitoring the labor market because they are seeing a little bit of slowing down. So there's going to be that similar talk, around inflation and the labor market. I think he's just going to reiterate the fact that there's a rate cut. If he comes out tonight and says no rate cut, oh, we're gonna get slammed. But that's unlikely. That's very unlikely. Powell usually doesn't jawbone. He's usually pretty transparent. He might mention something about his quantitative tightening, how they're expecting to end QT in December. It'll be interesting. You got to watch the treasury yields, US dollar equities, commodities. So the market will be looking probably for Powell to be dovish. If it's dovish, then you'll get a lot of those higher beta risk assets moving, the momentum growth sectors. I mean, he might not confirm outright. A lot of traders will have to read between the lines. He might not say, "Oh, we're cutting rates," but he's got a lot of wiggle room to be dovish. I think the jawboning happened when was it? A couple days back, a few trading sessions ago. A lot of this sell-off here, I think, happened because of Fed officials jawboning the market, saying that there was no rate cut. Basically off of this gap up here on this November 20th candle, the probabilities of no rate cut were significantly higher. And then obviously that sell-off happened and the probabilities swung drastically in favor. So I think he's going to be dovish, to be honest. All right, so the S&P did get that positive 10-minute close. Two consecutive higher 5-minute closes. We are still looking a-okay. The only problem is Bitcoin is seeing some more distribution back down to pre-market low. We'll see if it can get itself back up. Yeah, silver's getting sold. That 58 level was pretty big resistance. Yeah, 58.83. Still strong though. 3.55%. But yeah, definitely some intraday volatility for sure. Bitcoin's still struggling. Nice move intraday of 3.48%. Still got quite a bit. I mean, if this market can punch higher, Reddit should test this high here. It's looking pretty good. Let's see some of these other higher beta names. Carvana, absolutely flying. UPST, acting very, very well. How's Bitfarms doing? I hate that. Back it up. See AFRM trying to get going. Interesting. EWM guys is squeezing above its prior day high, so that's gonna start to rip as well. Market is looking pretty decent here. Pretty decent. Bit of a rejection there on SPY, Russell. Everything seeing a nice little dip. Bitcoin included, MSTR new low, 156. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Peter scalping DraftKings might fill the 35 gap soon. Nice. Yeah, the market's still holding up okay. I mean, small pullback, but it seems like we're trying to go higher. Seems like we are definitely trying to go higher. The only concern I have is your yields and your Dixie. Your Dixie's been quietly trying to climb here intraday, but it's still, you still got positive price in Nvidia. Apple's turned green, Amazon's firmed up, so your Qs are now leading the charge to the upside, guys. NASDAQ is still trending. You got MARAs looking pretty constructive here, guys. Mara starting to squeeze here. Maybe MicroStrategy has put in a little bit of a near-term low. It's just lags so much. But I'm telling you, MicroStrategy is going to have a ripper one of these days. One of these days. Bitcoin defending that pre-market low. Options. We are seeing some of these crypto stocks trying to carve out a little bit of a bottom. MSTR trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. Mara is still looking pretty constructive, guys. Only down 5%. Quite surprising. Usually Mara is a little bit more of a leverage play than actually MSTR, but it's trying to hold a little bit more positive structure than most of these cryptos. Afternoon rebound, potentially. The market has still got a lot of work to do. It's got a lot of work to do. Big push in the markets here. Every indice squeezing. QQQ almost green, guys. Qs are almost green. If Mara is leading Bitcoin, guys, Bitcoin's about to explode. Look at Mara squeezing. Come on, MSTR. MSTR is next, guys. Crypto stocks. Mara looks like it's gonna go green, guys. Literally, Mara looks like it could go green. Look at the squeeze in MARA. Rip it. Rip it. Squeezing MSCR back above 160, pushing. Crypto's looking a little bit better. The higher beta miners are starting to run here, guys. Come on, BTC, squeeze. SPY still trying to push. IWM still looking decent. Yep, lunch is over. Squeeze it. You got Mara into its gap window. Gap fills around 1180. Nvidia softening a little bit. BTC go. Here goes Bitcoin, guys. BTC. Come on. Rip it. Still down 5.5% on Bitcoin, guys. Crypto, go! Go, go, go! Squeeze it! Squeeze it! Still trading BITO long here, guys. The day trade. Still looking for more upside. Quite a bit more. I don't think I'm going to even trim here because we got that pullback. But still holding that day trade long. BYND moving up on big volume. Let's take a peek. Wow, yeah. This one could squeeze, guys. Wow, big push, yeah. Nice find there, Sark. Um, I mean, once you're through that 20-day, really your next big daily resistance is your 50 MA at 168. So if this gets going, it could squeeze to 168. 133, you got some weekly chart resistance. Any news? Is that, I wonder if there's news. There must be news on it. Yeah, big volume there beyond. I mean, you could take some. Again, remember the lesson with this one is it always has such a high IV priced into it. So if you're looking to trade lottos, it's probably better just taking commons. I haven't really looked at the chain to see what the IV is implying, but usually market makers react pretty quickly with this stock. But yeah, BYND up 16% just in the last really 20 minutes. Good observation there. Still a tough ticker to trade, but anything that you go in with, just understand it's risky. But really, I would like to see it recapture this bullish gap here. This is at 149, 148 area. If you get above that, then it's really going to squeeze. But I would say that that's probably your next big area that it needs to recapture. That's where a lot of volume started coming in off this gap up. Now, if you were to long it, I would say that this is technically a long as you maintain above your prior day high. If you get slapped right back down, then you got to get out. But PDH is kind of your long area. Your dollar's still quietly just creeping higher here. Bullish flow. Yeah, I'm sure there is some bullish flow. It's one that people love to chase. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a sec. STR trying to climb here a little bit. See, bought a lot of AMC 350 and 4 I own 22% of HYMC Mining and just became in the money on their investments. Yeah, it's got some potential to squeeze here. There's definitely some support down here, a lot of volume off of these pivots, but a bit dipped below the 7-day moving average again. I would be a little bit more intrigued. But good luck. Good luck. What's your time frame on that lotto? We're still seeing the market just floating and grinding. Still a couple hours left in the session. BTC trying to bounce sharply here. MicroStrategy getting a little bit of liquidity now. Nothing wrong with the market. You've had a really healthy amount of consolidation intraday for Nvidia. Nvidia looks like it could make another push. A lot of stocks are making reversals, turning green on the session. Dollar's still grinding. Natural gas turned green. Yeah, Kevin asked me if I'm in BITO. Yes, I am. I entered off the 1248 level here. I'm looking for quite a bit more. Even if I don't get the level that I want, I'm going to hold on to this overnight for the day trade. I was looking at this 1268 level for a 20-cent gain, but considering we tested it once, pulled back, almost tested again, pulled back a little bit, I'm probably going to give it a little bit more room to run till about 1278, call it 30-cent gain before I look to trim. BTC is still down pretty significantly, so I could see it bouncing a couple percent. I mean, it's not asking too much, but we'll just see how it moves. BTC trying to form a little bit of I guess a minor inverse head and shoulders here. 10-minute intraday. Let's move back to 87K in the very short term. We'll see what the market does though. Yeah, MSTR back to entry. I mean, I know I'm still down a little bit, but it's still got quite a bit of potential. You compare Mara, which Mara has, if you look at the on a fib level, so Mara's gap down. Mara's already trading above its 618 from its gap down. You look at MSTR, if MSTR follows suit, let's do that Fibonacci retrace. You can see MSTR is only trading at a 382, so if MSTR kind of firms up like Mara did and gets to its 618 today, that's 168.75. So again, Mara already above its 618, MSTR definitely lagging a little bit, so I do think that there's some room to run. But a nice little move off of the lows for now. A bit of selling in your S&P. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, so if that little 10-minute inverse head and shoulders plays out on Bitcoin, then we're looking at about call it 1295-ish on BITO. So we'll see. MSTR is certainly looking much better now. Much, much better. Snapchat turning green. I need a snack. Rip it, MSTR. Rip it. I would personally like to see MSTR on the daily chart get back above this pivot. If MSTR can get back above this pivot, that would be a huge, huge bullish success. Now on the 8-hour chart, it's trying, guys. MSTR is trying. MSTR is certainly trying. Nice potential 8-hour bottoming tail forming. Big rejection on the Russell. IWM coming in hot. Still is getting pretty heavy. Dollar's still pushing. Yields are still pushing. BTC getting rejected yet again. Still above its PM low, but coming in a little bit. Big level for your US dollar as well, guys. Your US dollar has kind of been trending all day. Look at that V-shaped recovery on the Dixie, but coming into pre-market high, big spot. Big spot. It's coming into its prior day high. You got Microsoft, Google still struggling. Your company is giving you $100 to invest in some companies. I can't choose out of the list. One of them is Peloton. Does anybody know it? Yeah, I know Peloton. Peloton. Peloton's stuck in a big wedge formation. The only thing I don't like about Peloton is it tried breaking out here and it looks like a failure. So I think that there's probably going to be some more downside for Peloton. Um, yeah, it's a low price equity. It doesn't mean it's cheap. I know they did release a new product, Peloton, recently, so maybe there's a little bit of validity to it, and perhaps, but I really don't like the company as a whole. It's in a very, very crowded, competitive space. It did well during COVID because of the at-home, training from home, etc. I mean, there's still a market for at-home fitness, but Peloton, not my favorite. A lot of competition. Apple, obviously, we don't need to go into that. Stock is looking strong. Shopify, let's look at Shop. Yeah, so Shopify, I still have an upside target of about 191 over the coming months. Um, Again, also a bit of a competitive space, but Shopify is not bad. Amazon, those are the only companies you can do. Either Apple, Shopify, Amazon, Peloton. For $100, you can't even buy a share on some of them. Hmm. Peter saying up 100% on his BYND. Nice job. That's not it. BYND. Yeah, look at that. 130, guys. 130. Again, you'll see this explode. If you get a nice close above this gap today, this will probably gap up tomorrow. So again, the bulls are going to try to push it for this volume gap. But you get a close above that, and you're going to see this explode. SPY's still somewhat heavy here. It's getting saved right now. Nvidia's bouncing. BTC just still chopping around down about 6%. IWM is seeing some hard selling though. It's a bit of a problem. Your dollar again. I'm waiting to see if the dollar gets through this pre-market high level or if it gets rejected here. Big spot. Now Nvidia is seeing more selling. A little bit vulnerable here in SPY land. Crypto's still trying to bounce. MSTR is still trying to push. Good to see. Yeah, Beyond Meat is cheap equity. I'm not saying buy it. I really don't like trading it. There has to be the right setup. But Peter made money. I know he called out a little bit of a trade in it, BYND. Sarfraz saw the volume explosion earlier today, and it's moved up since. It's moved up a nice few percentage points. MSTR is still trying to push here, guys. Your dollar still trying to get through its pre-market high, but seeing a little bit of sell side, not much. IWM is still looking a bit heavier here. That's a bit of a problem. The Russell. Intraday, the Russell's not looking like the greatest chart right now. And same thing with SPY. SPY's obviously looking a little bit vulnerable here. Could be a bit of an H pattern bear flag on the IWM. Apple is still ripping, guys. Look at Apple go. Jeez, and SPY is still selling. It's crazy. Your dollar is softening a little bit. SPY, IWM still looking pretty heavy. A little bit of support here on SPY, 5-minute EMA, but we'll see if it wants to give it the goods. Apple's still trending here. Nvidia's trying to defend its prior day high, so your two biggest companies are trying to fight here. 222, maybe a little bit of a dump before we have a bit of a trend into power hour. Let's certainly see what happens. Still big selling in your Russell, big selling in your IWM. All indices are back to the dark side. IWM down 1%. Apple, Google, Netflix, Amazon. Sorry, Apple, Nvidia, Amazon, Netflix still holding steady. Bitcoin still down sharply. Nvidia is now losing its prior day. You got Apple starting to see a little bit of selling on your 10-minute chart. Google testing 315.86. Breaking down a little bit. Come on. What is happening here? Nvidia's already hitting its 10-minute EMA off that pullback. Apple's still grinding very strong. SPY's down because we've had quite a bit of selling. I mean, we've had quite a rally. You know, you look at this V-shaped bounce, the market needs to consolidate a little bit. This is still minor selling. Obviously, intraday, it seems like a pretty big move, especially if you're trading zeros, but in the grand scheme of the pattern, you need to see an inside day. You don't just want to see this keep going straight up. I mean, we've had a huge V, and now we're flagging. Your 10, 20, 15 minute looks a little bit bearish, but when you flip to your hourly or your 4 hour or your daily, I mean, chart pattern is still there for bullish price action. And yeah, perhaps it's a little bit of de-risking ahead of the um, Jay Powell speaking tonight, but it's not really a event that the market I think is going to put too much stock into. I think the bigger event is your Japanese auction tonight. That's a couple hours after Powell, so your JP 10-year yield, you got to keep that on watch tonight. That's the big event. Your 10-year auction for the BOJ. That happens tonight. But this is just minor selling, guys. A lot of chop. Into your prior day low support. Let's see what we get here. All right, big selling coming into the markets, still holding prior day low. The big level that the bulls want to maintain is still this gap fill. That's the line in the sand. You can see a lot of price action happened around there this morning where the major volume was traded, but that's the big area. If we flush into that previous gap, the bulls want to try to defend it there. Definitely some support here off of PDL. We shall see. So they are defending, it looks like that gap fill, looks like a big liquidity sweep. I think that you can trade this little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail off of a retrace. So if you get, say, a retrace of 50% or more, there's probably a trade there on the long side, but I wouldn't let it retrace here. Bitcoin's still maintaining above its pre-market low. MSTR still holding some value, trying to build a little bit of a base. Big bounce on Nvidia. Big bounce on MSTR. Bitcoin, come on, BTC. Get your big butt up there. It's really fat candle. BYND still going? Yeah, it's still ripping, guys. BYND. 40% move. Crazy. I didn't take it, but I know you guys did. A couple of you. Crazy. Looking at MSTR, it's trying to make a move as well. Big level for MSTR coming into play. Is this a daily chart bottoming tail building on MSTR? It's certainly got the volume behind it. Look at that bottoming tail building on MSTR. Pump it back above this 166.02 area. I would love you. 166.01 is the low of that candle. That is a big bottoming tail building on MSTR though. Holy moly. Here comes the retrace in SPY. A lot of chop and slop today, so best to buy in the money calls or puts. Trade them that way. I'm looking at 680 SPY calls, zeros. I want them under $1. One more little dip. I'm going to take SPY long, guys. All right, guys, I'm long SPY, 680 calls. I'm in at 93 cents. Did a little bit of a sweep there. Long SPY. I want to see us maintain on this 5-minute candle. I want to see us hold this 5-minute green candle. We got a minute and a bit left. My stop loss on this trade is probably about 85 cents. Maybe 83 cents. I'll give it 10 cents runway. So far it's trying to lose that area. Not a good sign right now. Come on, SPY. Hold that 5-minute candle. 40 seconds left. 38. Damn you, SPY. Come on, get back inside that green candle. Get back inside that green candle. Still in, guys. My stop loss is 83 cents, 10-cent risk. It's a battleground. It's a battleground. Alright, guys, I got stopped out for a loss. Apologies. Damn. And they're going to wake us up probably. They wicked me out. They wicked me out. MSTR still trying to squeeze. Interesting. Oh my goodness, look at that. Ripping it now. Still a decent area down here, but lots of chop now. Chop and slop. Oh, look at that bounce there. Damn, they're ruthless. Yes, that guy. A few more minutes till power hour, guys, and the positives is that crypto stocks have continued to try to hold their gains, even with the sell-off in the S&P 500 here. So perhaps that's giving us a little bit of an indication that BTC is close to a little bit of a bounce, maybe an end-of-day breakout. That's at least what I'm hoping for. I'd like to see Mara trying to push up here just a little bit. IWM still remains the weakest indice on the session. Let's look at the Qs. QQQ just chopping in no man's land. Apple continuing to trend. Meta softening up a little bit. Google still softening up. Amazon pulling back a little bit. Still slightly green on the session despite the market being weak. Microsoft still under a little bit of pressure, down 1%. Nvidia still holding bullish structure, but underneath its prior day high. Tesla still a little bit fragile here. BYND getting a hard candle, guys, off of that gap, that previous gap fill. You can clearly see. But if the market bounces here, which I still think that we're bullish above this gap, should still see price push. MSTR still trying to go. BTC, come on, BTC breakout here. All right, I'm just going to go do some more pull-ups, guys, and then we'll see what Power Hour has in store for us. So I'm kind of breathing a little heavier here. Stocks looking pretty juicy again, guys. MicroStrategy going. MSTR, guys, look at this potential bottoming tail forming. That is beautiful. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. MSTR pumping. Let's go. Our calls are ripping now. Now our calls are ripping on MSTR. Let's get it. Mara. M-A-R-A. Can Mara go green into the end of the day, guys? That would be crazy. Look at Mara exploding. It's an explosion higher. It's an explosion higher. Wow, MicroStrategy squeezing. Over 30.6 million shares on MSTR already, and we still have an hour left. Impressive. Go BTC, go. Go BTC, go. Go STR. Go BTC. Pump the market up. We bullish. That MSTR trade is crazy. One for the ages. MSTR is so oversold, even with the 70% reversal off the lows. It's still trading $6 away from its 7-day moving average, which is about 3.5%. Insane. Massive volume today on MSTR. It is now in squeeze mode. I think a lot of the shorts have now covered. Margins are out of the way. Michael Saylor got liquidated. Yeah, rookie numbers. 400% is rookie numbers for Cabin. Yep. BTC squeezing. Rip it, crypto. Rip it. Mara, new high of day. MicroStrategy, new high of day. Huge volume coming in for crypto. Yeah, Dom. Dom, let me know when you get into crypto. I'll get out. BTC still looking juicy. Can they take Mara green? Mara is now only down 1.61%, guys. It could go green. Could go green. Love to see that. That is a candle and a half on Bitcoin. 10-minute. MicroStrategy is still down 4.75%. That gap should try to get filled this week. 177-ish gap. The day will come where Dom will sell all of his gold holdings and give his cash to Michael Saylor. Just buy MSTR, Dom. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Who is worse, Michael Saylor or Tom Lee? BMNR or MSTR? You big Sailor. Come on. I smell a market rally for crypto tonight and then a big gap up on some of these crypto names. I'd love to see them gap up. Yep. Full port with 10x, you better. That's the only way to trade crypto. New play of day MSTR. Sailor helping my port today. Look at MSTR go, guys. Beautiful. Pump it. Pump it up. 170 on deck. We squeezing, baby. We squeezing. Go, go, go. That was a crazy pump. That was a crazy crypto pump. Come on. We still got 45 minutes left in the session. Take Mara Green. So BTC, this little micro pattern, guys, should take us to 87.4. Pump it up, guys. Come on, BTC. They're still down 5.3%. Big squeeze into the end of the day. Rip it higher. Come on. You've got more in you. Look at that daily chart of MSTR. 32.5 million shares already today. Looks like a pretty high volume bottom coming in. Keep going. A little bit of selling coming in. A little bit of a breather. You can see the momentum that crypto has. When it comes in fast and hard. Crazy. S&P still looking decent. $1,000% gainer. It's probably going to be Bitfarms. BITF. When crypto puts in a bottom, the 1,000%er is probably going to be either Mara or Bitfarms. Or any of these like high flyers like IREN. Once that breaks out, Cypher Mining might be another one. But I would have to think, just because it's such a low priced equity, a much smaller market cap, Bitfarm, probably. But you never know, MSTR could also be it. MSTR could be it. If you're wanting a bit of a lotto, MSTR, I don't know, 190s end of week. Not a guarantee, but how's BMNR? Yeah, that's been bludgeoned as well. Bitfarms to 6. Yeah, I mean, we need BTC probably to hit, I'd say 450 to start. 450. Yeah, 450. But we need Bitcoin to basically get back to 96 to 100K, that to happen, which I think it can do. I still think BTC is going to have a bounce back to 104K. Even BITO. Oh, hang on. Mara's chart pattern looks decent too. MARA like $14 calls, 2 weeks out. High risk, but there's a very bullish potential inverse head and shoulders building on MARA. So I got a lot going on the chart, but got a left shoulder head, right shoulder. If this breaks out, you got a nice move into the 1430, 1450 area. So it's looking pretty juicy. MSTR 55 million call buyer. February 26, 165 calls. That's a pretty conservative trade. I think that'll definitely hit. That'll definitely hit. It's already hitting. But thank you for the flow. Yeah, very rare to get 1,000% in shares. Very rare. You got to be in early and holding for a long time. Crazy. You have the IWM breaking structure here a little bit, looking a little bit bearish, coming in. Bull flag on GE Verona takes you to 1,000 plus. Yeah, it's a bit more time. Yeah, it could. It could for sure. All right, BTC is still softening up a bit. MSTR is still holding. SPY is just chopping. Chop City. SPY's trying again, holding prior day low. All right, SPY still struggling around this zone. MSTR still trying to hold some bullish structure. MSTR going for another high of day. Push it. Push it, MSTR. 170. Trying to hold. MSTR contracts are so volatile. It's crazy. Final 25 minutes, guys. Nvidia is trying to push. S&P still defending PDL. Just gonna do some more push-ups. It looks like we're gonna push here. Honestly, the market has had a chance to break down here. Looks like they're gonna defend PDL. It's as long as you stay above this area. Contracts are ripping. Beautiful push. You study TA, guys. Look at that bottoming tail on high volume. What a massive sweep you did today. So there was already a ton of volume here. And they swept it. They just absolutely liquidated people. And then boom. Reverse. It's still down 4.2% today, but that looks like a bit of a local bottom to me. Stunning. Next stop, gap fill. We basically got both of these previous little gaps in a very similar spot. So you got this weekly chart gap, and then you got your daily chart. But that's a beautiful, beautiful bottoming tail on BTC. Hopefully you were all able to catch a little bit of a trade there on MSTR. Crypto. Let's actually do a quick little historic overview of MSTR. Let's see all the high volume bottoming tails. So here you put in a bit of reversal, gap down, reversal, gap up the next day, and then sold off. But it lacked the volume, and it wasn't a true bottoming tail. Let's see where the rest of the bottoming tails are. Had a little one there, but that was minor, lacked volume. Let's see. Huge volume surge there. Not really a bottoming tail. Again, a bottoming tail of that nature, super rare. Here you had a reversal. It wasn't quite a bottoming tail, but it was definitely a hammer reversal. You got a little bit of follow through the last couple days. Here. Yeah, you don't typically see a bottoming tail like that often. That's a heavy amount of volume. Heavy, heavy, heavy. Maybe Michael Saylor. Hammer drops. Drop the hammer. Drop the hammer. Maybe Michael Saylor was selling Bitcoin to try to save his stock. Apple new high of day. Nvidia flagging. Looks very bullish. Apple and Nvidia look like they're going to rip this market higher. Just those two stocks alone. Amazon catching some liquidity. Netflix fully bully. Fully bully. Take a look at this company, guys. ACN. ACN. Very strong price action, even through the market chop. That's had a stunning move. Peekaboo. Breakout. Partnership with OpenAI. Boom, boom. This is going to be a mover in 2026. End of year. You might get a little bit more of selling into end of the year because it's underperformed, but 2026, ACN is going to rip. Rip, rip, rip. New high of day, MSTR. Gun it. Gun it, gun it, gun it. Nike's also had a really, really strong move off of the lows. Good session today. Andy Baxter. Again, I think Nike's a strong 2026 FIFA World Cup. You're starting to get a lot of the ads across TV advertising the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now we just need Bitcoin to firm up here. And that would send our MSTR soaring. I think MSTR gets a gap up tomorrow. As long as the BOJ tonight doesn't do anything weird, I think that crypto will kind of rally into the futures market. Like the total crypto market cap today is still down sharply. You've wiped out 166.9 billion today. Almost 167 billion wiped out of the crypto market cap today. Pretty crazy. Sailor is an yeah. Craziness. Silver still maintains structure. Gold still holding steady. Ethereum still smoked. Coinbase, not as much volume. Again, guys, SPX chart's still very bullish. Very, very bullish. Saylor announced he's selling 1.4 billion of BTC to cover fees for 21 months. Meanwhile, he's bleeding and banks want to be paid for his net debt. That was announced. Is that real news? I didn't even know. That probably marks the bottom. It was 5 hours ago. No, that just means he got levered up too quickly, too fast. It means he didn't time his entries in Bitcoin. He's just been kind of buying at any sort of point. It happens though, to the best of the traders. You gotta sometimes get liquidated. Is that the actual news? Let me check here. Let me see here if I can read the headline and interpret what's going on. It says your Sailor strategy adds 130 BTC. Michael Saylor strategy has doubled down at a moment most traders are stepping back while Bitcoin slipped below 90K and fear took over the market. The company has now added 130 BTC for 11.7 million, pushing its total stack to a staggering 650,000 BTC. MicroStrategy announces the formation of a 1.44 billion US dollar reserve and an increase in its BTC reserve to 650,000. No, so it was a buy. It was a buy. I don't see a sell. What strategy just buys 130 more Bitcoin? So I see a buy here. I think it's a reserve. A little bit of selling on your S&P 500. MSTR, new high of day. Apple still ripping. S&P still coming under a little bit of pressure. MSTR moving. Yeah, they're not going to sell. BTC's fine. Yeah, I think he gets a lot of market moving headlines. He'll be okay. It's a reserve. I did read that. It's a reserve in the event that he needs to sell, but I don't think he's going to need to sell. MSTR still flying. I just trimmed half of my MSTR for 60% gain, trimmed half. Again, I'm going to ride the other half, so locking in profits. I still think it'll push up, but just a little bit of protection here ahead of the big event tonight. Apple squeezing into the close. MSTR is still a monster here, guys. Just ripping. Absolutely ripping. Nice dump on SPY into the close. Look at that squeeze, guys. Beautiful price action in MSTR. Amazing, amazing gains, guys. Amazing. That is just ripping. Stunning price action. Stunning. Absolutely squeezing to the high side. BTC trying to firm up as well. What a monster. S&P going in the opposite direction. All right, guys, it's been a great trading session. Couple minutes here till the close. You have the S&P IWM dumping while crypto pumping. But wonderful session if you caught MSTR with us. I know a few of you, I know Surface took the reverse side. He sold the, well, he went long, but he sold put options, capturing some of that IV. But nice trading session here. Good job if you caught those crypto longs with us. All right. And BTC really hasn't even broken out yet. Still just chopping at 85, still down 5.5, so MSTR might be showing us signs of a potential bottom here in crypto, but stunning amount of volume on MSTR, guys. Already up to 36.7 million off of a daily chart bottoming tail. That is a healthy thing. Healthy thing to see for sure. Very healthy. All right, guys. Great job today. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, PAL at 8 p.m. tonight, 4 hours, or just after 8. And then you have the JP10Y that could influence the futures market, but take it easy. That's